Welcome back, weary hearts and wandering minds. I'm Lou, and now begins your moment of calm and wonder. Step closer, and let's dive together into this magical experience. The battle is over, but the wait is still here. The stage is dark now. No lights, no cheers. Just the quiet that comes after saving the world. Again, we remove the armor slowly, not because it's heavy, but because it reminds us of everything we had to hide. Idols by day, hunters by night. And you knew. You always knew. Every scar we never showed. Every smile that cost more than it should have. You stood there, between the music and the silence. So now, when the demons are gone and the world finally exhales, this moment belongs to you. Sit with us. Breathe. Rest. Chapter 1. The Room Behind the Stage. You step into the place the cameras never find, and the air feels different here, softer, like it has learned how to hold secrets without spilling them. The hallway is dim, lit by a thin ribbon of amber that slips beneath a half-closed door. Somewhere beyond it, a quiet hum lives in the walls, electricity cooling down, applause dissolving into memory, the world slowly putting its loudness away. You feel your shoulders loosen, not because everything is fixed, but because you are no longer required to pretend you're fine. Inside, the room is warm in a careful way, the way a small lantern warms a traveler who has been walking too long. A folded blanket waits on a chair as if it's been saving your name. A candle burns low, not dramatic, not demanding, just faithful, a small light that says, "You made it back." The scent in the air is faintly metallic, faintly sweet, like perfume clinging to armor, like roses pressed inside a book that once lived through a storm. You notice how quiet isn't empty here. Quiet is full. Quiet is a language. You sit down with us, close enough to feel that you are not alone, and the floor is cool through your clothes, grounding you in something real. The world outside still thinks of us as shining, untouchable, carved out of perfect angles and perfect notes. But here, the myth is allowed to breathe. Here, the truth is allowed to exhale. You can almost hear it, the soft release of a story loosening its tightest knot, not to end, but to begin again in a gentler shape. A piece of armor rests at our feet, and when one of us unfastens a clasp, it clicks softly, like a lock opening on a diary no one else is permitted to read. Another strap slides free with a whisper of fabric, a sound so small it feels holy. We move slowly, not for drama, but for reverence, as if removing these layers is part of a ritual older than fame, older than fear. You watch the way hands shake for a second, then steady. You watch the way we choose patience over urgency, tenderness over speed, as if the night itself is asking us to be kind. You've seen the sharpness on stage, the precise steps, the perfect lines, the fierce eyes that tell the darkness it will not win tonight. You've seen us look like legends. But you also know what legends cost. You know the hidden bruises beneath glittering sleeves. You know the way smiles can be armor too. You know the silent bargain we make each time we walk into light. We will shine, even if we are tired, even if we are scared, even if our hearts are still pounding with the echo of claws and shadows. And you, yes you, have always been there. Not just in the cheering, not just in the streaming, the voting, the waiting, but in the believing. Belief is a kind of magic people forget is real. It doesn't sparkle like special effects. It doesn't trend like a headline. But it holds, it carries, it steadies the world when it tilts. You believed when the story got complicated. You believed when rumors swarmed like insects around the light. You believed when we disappeared for a while and the silence felt too long. You held the thread, and you didn't let it snap. A warm cup is placed in your hands. Tea, maybe, or something sweet that tastes like the idea of coming home. The steam rises slowly, drawing invisible shapes in the air like tiny spirits dancing. You bring it close, and the warmth touches your face. Your breathing slows without you forcing it. That's the thing about safe places. They don't demand. They invite. They simply exist. and your nervous system remembers what peace feels like. Someone sits beside you, close enough to share quiet, not close enough to overwhelm. You hear the soft sound of hair being tied back, a small elastic sliding into place. You hear a gentle exhale, the kind that comes when someone finally admits, only to themselves, I'm still here. The candle flickers, and shadows move across the wall like slow wings. For a moment, it feels as if the room is floating, detached from time, suspended between what happened and what comes next. Because the truth is, the demons are never only outside. Sometimes they are doubts that whisper when the lights go out. Sometimes they are expectations that weigh more than armor. Sometimes they are memories that arrive uninvited, wearing the face of yesterday. And sometimes they are simply exhaustion, quiet, relentless, invisible, the kind that makes you wonder if you're allowed to rest at all. But tonight, in this room behind the stage, we practice something different. We practice letting go. We practice being human again. We practice remembering who we are beneath every role we play. One of us laughs softly, barely a sound, more like a smile escaping into air. It's not a performance laugh. It's the kind of laugh that proves a heart is still warm. Another leans back against the wall, eyes closing, as if listening to a music only the soul can hear. The room feels like a chapter in an old book, the kind with worn corners and secret notes scribbled in the margins, the kind you return to when the world is too bright and too sharp. You notice a small object on the table, a charm, a pendant, something that looks ordinary until you stare a second longer. It catches the candlelight in a strange way, like it has seen other worlds. In its surface, you think you see a reflection, not of your face, but of a moment you almost forgot. The first time you found this saga, the first time the story reached out and took your hand. You remember the thrill, the mystery, the feeling of stepping through a hidden door. It makes you wonder if stories choose us. If destiny is less about thunder and more about quiet persistence. If courage sometimes looks like showing up again and again, even when no one claps. You hold the warm cup and feel your chest soften. You realize you've been carrying things too. Your own battles, your own tiredness, your own silent war against days that ask too much. And in a strange, gentle way, this room makes space for all of it. Not to fix it, not to solve it, just to allow it. Just to say, you are not strange for feeling deeply. You are not weak for needing rest. A soft knock echoes somewhere in the corridor outside, distant and muffled, like the world checking if we're still there. No one answers, not yet. The door stays closed. The candle keeps burning. The quiet keeps holding us. This is the space between songs, the space between fights, the space where transformation begins, not with fireworks, but with a slow return to yourself. You look at the armor on the floor again. It's beautiful in a cold way, like moonlight on steel. And you realize something. Armor is not only protection. Armor is a story you wear. A story the world demands. A story you learn to survive inside. But what if, just for tonight, you didn't have to wear your story like a shield? What if you could set it down? What if you could be unfinished, unpolished, unperforming, and still loved? The candle flickers as if in answer, and somewhere deep in your chest, a small light responds, quiet, steady, real. Because magic isn't always about defeating demons. Sometimes magic is about letting yourself be held. Sometimes magic is simply believing again. You take another slow breath, in, out. And as the room settles into its gentle rhythm, you sense it, like a door opening in the dark, like a page turning in an ancient book, the next part of the journey waiting just beyond the quiet. Not louder, not faster, just deeper, and you can feel it calling you, softly, like a secret meant only for those who stayed. The bowls arrive one by one, carried carefully, as if each held more than food. You notice the steam first, soft, curling, alive, rising into the dim room and blurring the edges of everything sharp. The scent reaches you gently, not demanding attention, just offering comfort. Broth, warm and savory. Noodles, patient and familiar. A promise of something ordinary in a life that rarely allows it. You settle closer to the low table, knees tucked in, feeling the quiet hum of belonging. The bowls are simple, unadorned, their ceramic sides warm against your palms. Heat travels through you in slow waves, loosening places that have been tight for too long. Someone murmurs that it's best eaten slowly. Someone else nods. No one rushes. There is time here. Chopsticks rest across the rims like resting birds. When you lift them, there's a faint click, wood meeting wood, a sound so small it feels intentional. You watch as noodles are gathered with care, lifted, paused, then lowered again, as if everyone is remembering how to be gentle. You follow, breathing in, breathing out, letting the rhythm teach you something your body already knows. The first sip of broth is quiet. You taste it, and it tastes like arrival, like the moment after a storm when the air cools and the ground stops trembling. It tastes like kitchens late at night and kindness without questions. The warmth spreads across your tongue and settles low, steadying you. Around you, shoulders soften, eyes blink slowly. The room exhales together. You notice the way they eat, not ravenous, not restrained, but attentive. Every bite feels chosen. There is gratitude in the pauses, respect in the silence. This is not fuel for the next performance. This is nourishment for the part that carries memory, for the part that still believes rest can be earned without spectacle. Someone smiles, small and private, at the steam fogging their glasses. Someone else laughs under their breath when noodles slip back into the bowl with a soft splash. The sound is gentle, almost musical. It reminds you that laughter doesn't always need an audience. Sometimes it's just proof of warmth returning. You slurp carefully, letting the sound exist without embarrassment. It's allowed here. It belongs here. The noodles are soft, resilient, patient. They yield without disappearing. You think about that. How something can bend and still remain itself. How that, too, might be a kind of courage. A candle flickers as a bowl is set down. The light dances across the surface of the broth, making constellations where oil meets water. For a moment, you imagine stories floating there. Tiny reflections of battles faced and survived, of nights crossed safely. You stir once, slow and circular, watching the patterns change, and feel something inside you settle. Conversation arrives in fragments, not sentences. A single word here, a quiet observation there. Someone mentions the way the rain smelled earlier. Someone else remembers a line from a song that never made it to the stage. You listen, and the listening itself becomes a form of rest. There is no need to add anything. Presence is enough. You take another bite, and this time you notice how your breathing matches the room. Inhale with the steam, exhale with the swallow. The body remembers what the mind forgets, that survival is not only about fighting, it is also about receiving, about allowing warmth to do its work. A pair of hands slides a small dish closer, something crisp, something bright. It adds a spark to the broth, a reminder that contrast makes comfort richer. You try it, and the flavors wake a quiet joy. Not excitement, not thrill, just a steady pleasure that doesn't ask for applause. They eat, and as they do, the armor in the corner seems farther away, less insistent. It waits without resentment. It knows it will be needed again, but not now, not tonight. Tonight belongs to steam and silence and the gentle ceremony of nourishment. You notice how time stretches here, how minutes widen, how the world outside becomes a distant echo. It's not that the dangers are forgotten. It's that they are held at a respectful distance. The mind rests when it trusts the body to be cared for. Someone wipes the rim of their bowl with their sleeve, then pauses, smiling at the small mess. Perfection loosens its grip. Another sets their chopsticks down and closes their eyes, listening to the quiet as if it were a song with a long, low note. You feel the urge to do the same, and you do. The room keeps you. With each sip, something heavy lifts. With each bite, something true returns. You think of the path that led here, of nights when rest felt impossible, of days when strength was demanded without mercy, and you realize that strength can look like this too. Sitting, eating, breathing, allowing warmth to move through you without resistance. A soft clink marks the moment someone finishes their bowl. They don't rush to stand. They don't fill the silence. They simply place the bowl down and stay. The candle steadies. The steam thins. The room remains. You glance at the emptying bowls and feel a quiet satisfaction, not the loud triumph of victory, but the deeper reassurance of care received. It's a different kind of full, one that doesn't weigh you down, one that leaves room for listening. You rest your hands on the table and feel the lingering heat in your palms. It travels upward, meeting your breath halfway. You sense the lesson hidden in the simple act, that tending to the body is tending to the story. That rituals of warmth can stitch torn places closed without a single word. The last of the broth is sipped slowly. No one scrapes the bottom. No one rushes the ending. Endings, you learn, don't have to be sharp. They can be gentle and complete at the same time. Bowls are gathered with care. Chopsticks are aligned. The small order feels meaningful, like a quiet promise that things can be set right again, piece by piece. The candle's flame leans, then straightens. Outside, the world continues, unaware, uninvited. You sit back, feeling the calm settle deeper. The room has changed you, just enough, not dramatically, not visibly, but in the way that matters, where tension loosens and belief returns, subtle and strong. You think about hunger, not only for food, but for rest, for meaning, for a place where you don't have to perform your worth. You think about how often that hunger goes unnamed, and you understand that tonight answered it without speeches, with steam, with noodles, with silence shared. As the bowls leave the table, the quiet grows richer, layered with contentment. It doesn't ask for more. It invites you to stay with it, to notice the way your shoulders sit differently now, the way your thoughts slow, the way your breath deepens without effort. You sense the next movement waiting, not loud, not urgent, a gentle shift, a door opening somewhere unseen. The night is still young, and the story has more to show you. For now, you let the warmth linger. For now, you rest in what has been given, and you feel it, soft, certain, unmistakable, the journey continuing, not forward, but inward, where the quiet grows wiser and the light learns how to stay. The table is cleared, but the warmth remains, lingering like an echo that refuses to fade. Someone opens a notebook slowly, the cover soft with use, corners worn as if it has traveled through many nights like this one. You notice how carefully it's placed between you, as though the space itself deserves respect. A pen rolls once, then stops, obedient, waiting. There is no rush to begin. No one says, "Let's write." The song arrives the way rest arrives, quietly, without asking permission. You hear the scratch of the pen against paper, tentative at first, like someone testing the depth of water with their toes. A single word is written, then another. They don't chase rhymes. They don't hunt for perfection. They let the words breathe, leaving space between lines, trusting that silence knows how to carry meaning. You lean in, just enough to see the page without intruding. The handwriting is gentle, looping, almost shy. It doesn't demand to be read aloud. It exists simply because it needs to. The candlelight bends over the paper, illuminating certain words while leaving others half hidden, like thoughts not yet ready to be spoken. Someone hums, barely audible, not a melody meant for stages or crowds, but something instinctive, something remembered rather than invented. The hum drifts through the room, low and steady, finding a place to rest in your chest. You feel it resonate there, like a memory you didn't know you had. The pen pauses, a breath is taken, another line appears. You realize this song isn't about victory. It isn't about demons defeated or worlds saved. It's about what happens after, about the quiet hands that tremble when no one is watching, about the courage it takes to soften again, about the way strength learns to sit down. You notice how they write together without speaking. One adds a word, another draws a small line through it, then replaces it with something simpler. There is no argument, no tension, just listening, just care. It feels less like composition and more like tending a fire, adjusting, waiting, letting warmth decide the shape. You are invited closer, not with words, but with a shift in posture, an opening of the circle. You sit where you can hear the paper, hear the pen, hear the quiet sighs that escape when a line finally feels right. You feel included, not as an observer, but as someone who belongs in this moment. A phrase is written, then read softly, almost under breath. It sounds like a promise you once made to yourself. Someone nods. Someone else closes their eyes. The melody begins to take form, not fast, not dramatic. Slow, like footsteps on snow. It moves gently, careful not to wake old wounds. You can tell this is a song meant to be held, not performed. A song for late nights and early mornings. A song that knows how to wait. You imagine how it would sound without instruments. Just breath and voice. Just truth carried on air. It would not ask you to sing along. It would sit beside you, the way a friend sits when words are too heavy. The pen moves again. You notice the theme emerging, not stated, but felt. A return, a remembering. The idea that light does not disappear just because it dims, that silence is not absence, but preparation, that rest is not weakness, but wisdom earned. Someone taps the table softly, finding a rhythm no one names. It's steady, unassuming. Your fingers mirror it without thinking. Tap, pause, tap. The room falls into sync, bodies aligning with something older than sound. You think about all the songs written under pressure, all the songs shaped by expectation, all the songs that had to carry too much. This one is different. This one carries less, and because of that, it carries farther. A line is crossed out, not angrily, lovingly, as if thanking it for what it taught before letting it go. Another line takes its place, simpler, clearer. The notebook seems to sigh in relief. You feel something loosen in you as well. Someone finally speaks, voice low and calm. This one doesn't need to be loud. No one disagrees. The candle flickers, responding as if it understands. Shadows sway across the walls, slow and rhythmic, like they're listening too. Outside, the night deepens, pressing gently against the windows, curious but respectful. You imagine this song traveling, not through speakers or charts, but through quiet rooms, through headphones late at night, through moments when someone feels unseen. You imagine it finding its way to people who need permission to rest, and you realize that includes you. The melody settles into its shape, soft and sure. It doesn't climb, it doesn't rush. It stays close to the ground, where tired hearts live. You feel tears gather, not sharp, not painful, but warm, like something finally being acknowledged. The pen is set down. Not because the song is finished, but because it knows when to stop. They don't sing it fully, not yet. They let it exist unfinished, breathing like a seed in soil. Some things grow better when they aren't rushed into bloom. You sit with the silence that follows, and it feels full, not empty, full of meaning, full of possibility, full of the quiet understanding that creation doesn't always come from intensity. Sometimes it comes from stillness. You think about the battles you fought, the ones no one applauded, the nights you stayed awake, holding on, the mornings you stood up again without knowing why you still could. And you realize this song was written for that part of you, the part that kept going without witnesses, Someone closes the notebook gently, fingertips resting on the cover for a moment longer than necessary. A small gesture, a sacred one, like sealing a letter meant for the future. The room breathes together. You feel it again, that subtle pull forward. Not urgency, invitation. Another door opening inward, another layer waiting to be explored. The story isn't pushing you ahead, it's guiding you deeper. You don't know yet where the song will go. You don't know when it will be heard. But you know this. It exists now. And because it exists, something in you feels possible again. You rest back, letting the calm settle into your bones. The melody hums quietly in the background of your thoughts, like a companion that doesn't need attention to stay close. The night continues, the journey continues, and somewhere between the last written word and the first unwritten note, you feel yourself becoming lighter, ready to follow the quiet wherever it leads next. The notebook is set aside, the melody resting quietly where it belongs, and the room shifts again, subtly, like a tide changing its mind. A small door opens to the side, revealing a space softer than the stage ever was. You notice the way the light changes there, warmer, kinder, as if it knows this is where armor finally gives up its watch. Hangers line the wall, not crowded, not curated for display. These clothes were not chosen to be seen. They were chosen to be felt. You step closer and sense the difference immediately, the absence of expectation. No sharp lines, no rigid shapes, just fabric that knows how to move with a body instead of against it. Hands reach out slowly, brushing sleeves, testing weight and texture. Cotton breathes, knit yields. Something soft slips through fingers like water remembering its path. You feel the decision happening without words. Comfort isn't negotiated here, it's recognized. Someone chooses an oversized sweater, its hem long enough to hide hands when the world feels too loud. Another lifts a loose shirt, worn thin at the collar, familiar as a promise kept quietly. There are soft pants that forgive tired legs, socks that warm without asking for attention. Each choice is small, but together they feel ceremonial, like a ritual of return. You notice how movements soften as layers change. Shoulders drop, spines ease, breaths lengthen. The transformation isn't dramatic, but it's unmistakable. This is what it looks like when the body is finally allowed to be itself, when it's no longer asked to perform strength, but simply to exist. Fabric slides over skin with a whisper. Zippers are avoided. Buttons are few. Nothing interrupts the calm. You hear the gentle sound of clothes being folded and set aside, not discarded, just waiting. Even the armor is treated with respect. It did its job. It always does. But it understands the language of rest, too. You change as well, not because anyone tells you to, but because the room invites it. You choose something soft, something that doesn't remind you of the day you had or the role you played. As you pull it on, you feel the difference immediately. The fabric doesn't cling. It doesn't demand posture. It lets you be how you are right now. A mirror catches your eye, but it doesn't reflect judgment. The glass is slightly fogged, edges blurred. It shows a version of you that feels gentler, truer, not polished, not prepared, just present. You realize how rarely you see yourself like this. Someone laughs quietly when a sleeve is too long. They don't fix it. They let it be. Someone else tucks their feet beneath them, curling inward like a cat finding its favorite spot. The room feels smaller now, but not cramped. Intimate, protective. You sit together again, the floor welcoming you differently this time, softer, warmer. The clothes seem to change the sound of everything. Movements are quieter. Breathing sounds deeper. Even silence feels padded, cushioned by fabric and trust. You think about how often clothes are used as shields, how often they're chosen to communicate something to the world, confidence, power, distance. Here, they communicate only one thing. It's safe to rest. There is no audience, no image to maintain, just bodies reclaiming their right to comfort. A sleeve brushes your arm, and the touch is unintentional, unguarded. No one flinches. No one apologizes. It feels natural, like sharing warmth on a cold night. You realize that comfort isn't only physical, it's relational. It grows where no one is trying to impress. Someone pulls a blanket around their shoulders, the fabric heavy enough to ground, light enough to breathe. Another leans back, resting their head against the wall, eyes half closed. The candlelight catches the folds of clothing, turning simple fabric into landscapes of shadow and gold. You notice how time slows again, how choosing comfort seems to stretch minutes into something wider, more forgiving. You're no longer counting what comes next. You're simply here, and here feels enough. A thought drifts through you, quiet but clear. Maybe comfort is not a luxury. Maybe it's a language the body uses to tell the truth. When the clothes stop constraining, the heart speaks more freely. When the skin is allowed to breathe, so is the mind. Someone adjusts a collar, smoothing it down with care. Another rolls up their sleeves, exposing wrists marked faintly by effort and history. There's no need to hide them now. The marks are not flaws here. They're evidence of having lived. You feel the warmth of the room settle deeper, no longer just around you, but inside you. The clothes hold heat gently, like a memory of sunlight. You imagine carrying this feeling forward into mornings that begin too early, into nights that stretch too long. You imagine remembering that softness is something you can choose. The door to the stage remains closed. The outside world stays outside. For now, someone speaks, barely above a whisper, more thought than sound. It feels good not to need anything. No one answers, because the truth of it doesn't need agreement. It's felt in the way everyone shifts closer, in the way silence thickens with contentment. You tuck your hands into sleeves, feeling the fabric warm where your pulse lives. You notice your breathing again, slow, steady, unforced. You feel heavier in the best way, anchored by comfort instead of burdened by it. The candle burns lower, its flame steady, unhurried. Shadows gather softly in the corners, not threatening, just present. You realize that even shadows can be kind when light trusts them. As you sit there, wrapped in softness, you understand something simple and profound. Rest isn't only about stopping. It's about choosing conditions that allow you to return to yourself. Conditions that don't ask you to be more, louder, sharper. Clothes are a small part of that, but tonight, they matter. They remember the shape of who you are when you are not being watched. They remember how to hold you without squeezing. They remember that you are allowed to be gentle. The room seems to nod in agreement, as if it has been waiting for this recognition. And somewhere within you, another quiet door opens, not to the world, but inward, toward a softer truth. You don't know what comes next. You don't need to. For now, you sit in comfort, wrapped in quiet, feeling the story continue its slow unfolding, layer by layer, breath by breath, leading you deeper into a rest that feels earned, chosen, and real. And you stay there a moment longer, letting the softness do its quiet work, before the night gently invites you onward. The room settles into a deeper stillness, the kind that arrives only after comfort has fully taken hold. No one speaks at first. There is no need. You notice how the quiet changes character here. It becomes alert without being tense, gentle without falling asleep. It feels like a presence, like someone standing nearby simply to make sure everything is all right. One of them rises slowly, careful not to disturb the calm, and moves toward the window. The curtain is drawn back just enough to let the night in. Moonlight spills across the floor in a thin, silver path, touching the edges of soft clothes and resting briefly on your hands. Outside, the city breathes, distant, subdued, respectful of what's happening inside. You follow with your eyes as she looks out, posture relaxed but aware. This is familiar. Even in rest, part of her listens, part of her keeps watch, not because danger is near, but because care has become instinct. You realize this, too, is a form of love. Attention without anxiety, readiness without fear. Someone settles beside you, knees drawn close, sharing the warmth of the space. The blanket shifts, fabric whispering softly. You feel grounded by the simple weight of it, by the shared understanding that rest does not mean abandonment. It means trust. Trust that the quiet will hold. Trust that if something stirs, it will be met gently. The candle's flame leans slightly, responding to a breath, then steadies again. Shadows stretch and soften, no longer sharp. They feel like guardians rather than threats. You sense how the room has become a circle, closed, protective, intentional. A place where vigilance is quiet and care is constant. You think about how often strength is misunderstood, how often it's defined as standing alone, staying alert, never letting your guard down. But here, strength looks different. It looks like taking turns, like allowing someone else to watch the door while you rest your eyes, like believing that safety can be shared. The one by the window shifts her weight, leaning against the frame, eyes half-lidded but attentive. She doesn't scan for enemies. She listens for imbalance, for changes in rhythm, for anything that feels out of place. You realize she is listening the way a musician listens, sensitive, intuitive, attuned to subtle changes rather than loud alarms. Your breathing deepens, responding to this quiet assurance. Inhale, exhale. The body recognizes when it doesn't have to be on guard anymore. You feel that recognition ripple through you, loosening something old and tight. A memory surfaces, not sharp, not intrusive, but gentle. A time when you wished someone had stayed awake for you. A time when you wished the world felt a little safer at night. The memory doesn't hurt the way it once did. It feels held now, understood, folded carefully into the present. Someone reaches for a book from the shelf, opening it without sound. The pages are worn, familiar, filled with stories that don't rush to prove anything. She reads silently, eyes moving slowly, occasionally pausing as if a line has touched something personal. You don't need to know the words. The act itself is soothing, proof that time can pass without urgency. The watcher by the window glances back once, meeting your eyes briefly. There's no signal, no warning, just acknowledgement, just the quiet message. You can rest. I'm here. You feel it settle into you, heavy and comforting, like a hand placed over your heart. You realize then that the battles aren't only external. Some are fought against exhaustion, against loneliness, against the fear that if you stop, everything will fall apart. Tonight, that fear is gently disproven. The world doesn't collapse when you sit down. It steadies. The city outside shifts. Cars pass. Lights change. But the room remains untouched by hurry. Time seems to thicken, moving more slowly, more kindly. You think about destiny, about how paths aren't always marked by dramatic turns. Sometimes destiny is simply choosing to pause, choosing to trust, choosing to remain. The candle burns lower, but no one rushes to replace it. Darkness is allowed to approach gradually. There is confidence here that light knows how to return when needed. You feel that lesson echo inside you. You don't have to cling to brightness out of fear. Shadows can be navigated. Night can be companionable. Someone yawns softly, unguarded. Another adjusts the blanket, making space. The watcher finally turns from the window, reassured, and returns to the circle. The watch has ended, not because it failed, but because it succeeded. Nothing needed to happen for safety to be real. You notice how everyone's presence shifts now, more inward, more restful. The vigilance dissolves into trust. The quiet deepens again, but this time it feels earned, complete. You feel yourself sinking into it, supported on all sides. A thought drifts through you, slow and clear. Perhaps protection is not always about fighting. Perhaps sometimes it's about staying, about witnessing, about being there when nothing dramatic happens at all. You rest your head back, eyes closing if you want them to, open if you prefer. Both feel acceptable. Both feel safe. The room does not demand anything from you. It simply holds. And as the night continues its gentle arc, you sense the journey moving forward once more, not toward noise or conflict, but toward a deeper understanding of rest, of trust, of shared presence. The quiet watch has done its work. Now, the stillness invites you further in, and you follow, easily, willingly, into whatever calm waits next, carrying with you the quiet certainty that you do not have to guard everything alone. The quiet watch dissolves into something softer, almost tender, as the night deepens its hold. The room no longer feels like a place waiting for something to happen. It feels complete, as if it has gently closed its doors to urgency. You notice how the air cools just slightly, inviting stillness, inviting the body to finally listen to its own limits. Someone dims the light without ceremony. The candle is left to burn low, its flame small but unwavering, like a promise that doesn't need to announce itself. Shadows gather closer now, not as intruders, but as companions. They soften the edges of the room, blurring lines, easing definitions. You feel your thoughts do the same. Soft cushions are pulled closer. A blanket is unfolded, its weight deliberate and kind. You adjust where you sit, then shift again until your body finds a position that feels right without effort. No one comments, no one watches. Comfort here is private, respected. Breathing becomes the loudest sound, not rushed, not shallow, deep and slow, shared without coordination, yet somehow in rhythm. You notice how your chest rises and falls, how the simple act feels like enough. The world has asked so much of you lately. Tonight, it asks nothing. Someone lies back, head resting against folded arms. Another curls onto their side, knees drawn in, instinctively seeking warmth. You recognize these shapes. They are the shapes of trust, the shapes of bodies that believe they will not be startled awake, the shapes of rest that has been earned. Your eyes grow heavy, not with exhaustion, but with permission. You realize how rare that feeling is. To sleep not because you've collapsed, but because you are allowed to stop. You let your gaze wander across the room one last time, taking in the soft outlines, the familiar calm. Everything you need is already here. A quiet sound escapes someone nearby, a sigh that carries relief more than tiredness. It reminds you of the moment after a long journey when you finally set your bag down, the moment you realize you don't have to carry it anymore. You feel that same release inside you, subtle but unmistakable. Thoughts drift in, then out again, like clouds passing a moonlit sky. You don't chase them, you don't analyze them. You let them move on, trusting that anything important will find you later. Sleep approaches not as an end, but as a continuation, another chapter written without words. You feel the floor beneath you, solid and reassuring. You feel the warmth of fabric against your skin. You feel the steady presence of others nearby, each resting in their own quiet way. This is not isolation. This is shared stillness, a rare and gentle thing. A memory surfaces of nights when sleep felt unsafe, when silence was heavy with worry. The memory touches you briefly, then fades, softened by the present. You understand now that rest can rewrite old stories, that calm, when repeated, teaches the body new truths. The candle flickers once, then steadies again. You don't know how much time passes. Minutes stretch into something wider, something kind. You float in that space between waking and dreaming, where thoughts lose their edges and feelings become impressions. In that space, you sense something shifting inside you, not dramatically, not visibly, but quietly, deeply, a letting go, a trust forming, a belief that maybe, just maybe, you don't have to be vigilant all the time, that maybe the world can hold itself for a while. Your breathing slows further, muscles soften. Even your jaw releases tension you didn't know it was carrying. Sleep doesn't rush you. It waits until you are ready. It meets you where you are and takes your hand without pulling. You drift, aware just enough to notice how gentle it feels, how safe, how deserved. The room remains with you, Even as consciousness thins, the warmth, the quiet, the shared presence, they follow you into rest, weaving themselves into your dreams. And as sleep finally claims you, it does so kindly, not as an escape, but as a continuation of care. The night holds you, the story holds you, and somewhere beyond waking thought, the journey continues, softly, patiently, while you rest, restored and unafraid, ready to return when morning eventually finds you again. Sleep does not arrive as darkness. It arrives as a soft widening, a gentle opening where the mind loosens its grip and the heart begins to speak in images instead of words. You drift into it slowly, still aware of warmth, of breath, of presence nearby. Nothing snaps, nothing fades abruptly. The night simply carries you forward. Dreams form the way mist gathers over water. Quietly, patiently, you find yourself walking without moving, standing without effort. The room is still there, but it has changed. The walls feel farther away, the ceiling higher, as if the space has stretched to make room for something unseen. Candlelight glows brighter here, not harsh, just clearer, revealing details you hadn't noticed before. You see fragments first, a stage, empty and vast, a blade resting on stone, no longer needed, a microphone lying beside a book of old songs. None of it feels threatening, none of it demands action. These are memories, not commands, symbols gently surfacing, asking only to be acknowledged. You notice them standing nearby, not armored, not guarded. Their expressions are calm, almost curious, as if they too are visitors here. In this place, roles dissolve. Hunters, idols, warriors, those names loosen and fall away. What remains are selves, unguarded and quietly luminous. Someone reaches out, touching the air, and the scene shifts. Now you are beneath a night sky filled with slow-moving stars. They don't sparkle sharply. They glow steadily, ancient and patient. You feel small beneath them, but not insignificant. The feeling is reassuring, like being part of something that doesn't rush and doesn't forget. You realize these dreams are not random. They are remembering why the fight mattered, remembering what was protected, remembering who existed before the battle ever began. A soft wind moves through the dream, carrying the faint echo of music, not loud, not finished, just a suggestion of melody, like the calm song written earlier has found its way here. It hums without words, wrapping around you, threading through the stars and the still figures beside you. You feel it then, a gentle truth settling in, that even in rest, something is learning, that even in sleep, something is healing. The dream shifts again, fluid and unforced. You see a younger version of yourself, standing somewhere familiar. They look tired but determined. You recognize that look immediately. You want to speak to them, to say something comforting, but no words come. They don't need them. Instead, you step closer and simply stand beside them. And that is enough. The younger you glances over, surprised, then calmer. They straighten just slightly, as if your presence has shared some of its steadiness. You understand now, dreams don't always exist to entertain. Sometimes they exist to reassure, to tell parts of us that they are no longer alone. The scene dissolves into light, not blinding light, morning light, the kind that slips gently through curtains, promising nothing more than another chance. You feel a quiet gratitude rise, not dramatic, not overwhelming, just real. Somewhere, you sense the others resting too, each in their own dream space, each gathering what they need. No one invades another's dream. Respect exists even here. The shared bond is not in sameness, but in understanding. You drift deeper, then float upward again, moving through layers of rest like water, finding its level. Time doesn't behave normally here. It stretches, folds, softens. You don't worry about when you'll wake. The thought doesn't matter. What matters is the feeling. The feeling of being restored without effort. The feeling of being seen without performing. The feeling of remembering who you are beneath every role. The dream offers one last image before it begins to thin. A circle of light on the ground. Not a boundary, an invitation. You step into it without hesitation, and the warmth you feel is familiar. It's the same warmth from the room, from the food, from the quiet writing of a song. It's continuity, proof that rest is not interruption. It's part of the path. The image fades slowly, the stars dim, the melody softens, and you begin to rise toward waking, not abruptly, not fully, but with the sense that something important has been carried with you, something wordless but steady, tucked gently into your chest. You breathe. You turn slightly. The room begins to return, and though your eyes are still closed, you feel different, lighter, clearer, more whole, as if the dreams have stitched together pieces you didn't realize were fraying. The night is not finished yet, but it has given you what you needed. And somewhere between dream and breath, you feel the next chapter waiting, quiet, patient, ready to meet you when you are. You wake slowly, not all at once, but in layers. First comes the awareness of warmth, then the awareness of breath, then the quiet understanding that you are still safe. Your eyes remain closed for a moment longer, not out of sleepiness, but out of respect, for the calm that has carried you this far. The room has changed again. Night hasn't left yet, but it has softened its grip. The air feels lighter, as if dawn is thinking about arriving. Somewhere beyond the walls, the world is beginning to shift in its sleep. You sense it without needing to look. Time is moving, but gently. Someone nearby stirs, adjusting their position with a small, careful movement. Fabric whispers, a breath deepens, then steadies. No one rushes to sit up. No one checks a clock. This moment belongs to the space before responsibility remembers your name. You open your eyes just enough to see the candle. It's nearly finished now, its flame low and steady, haloed by a faint glow. Wax has pooled at its base, proof of hours passed quietly. You feel grateful for that evidence, for time that wasn't wasted, but lived softly. One of them sits up slowly, stretching without urgency. Arms lift, shoulders roll. There's no tension in the movement, only curiosity, checking in with the body, asking what it needs. Another follows, rubbing sleep from their eyes, a small smile appearing as if surprised by how rested they feel. You sit up too, wrapped in warmth, noticing how your body responds differently than it did before. There is no rush of thought, no immediate list of worries, just presence, just the simple fact of being awake without being demanded. The window holds a promise now. The darkness beyond it has thinned, trading depth for softness. A faint line of early light rests at the edge of the sky, not yet bright enough to announce itself. It waits. You realize you are waiting too, not anxiously, but openly. Someone pours water into a glass, the sound clear and grounding. You accept one when it's offered, feeling the cool contrast against your palms. You drink slowly, aware of how it travels through you, waking places gently rather than jolting them. Care continues, even in the smallest gestures. You think about what comes next, rehearsals, expectations, the return of roles. The thought doesn't overwhelm you. It doesn't steal the calm. Instead, it settles beside it, manageable. You understand now that rest doesn't erase what's ahead. It prepares you to meet it differently. They gather near the window, not to look out, but to stand together. No formation, no hierarchy, just proximity. The shared understanding that whatever morning brings, it will be faced with a little more clarity, a little more kindness. You notice how faces look in this light, unfiltered, unguarded. There is tiredness, yes, but also steadiness. Resolve without hardness, strength that has learned how to bend. You realize that this, too, is part of the saga, moments unseen, uncelebrated, but essential. Someone speaks quietly, voice still rough with sleep. It feels different today. No one asks how. No one needs explanation. The truth of it is felt by everyone in the room. Something has shifted, not dramatically, not visibly, but deeply. You remember the song written earlier, the warmth of the meal, the comfort of soft clothes, the watchful quiet, the dreams. Each moment has layered itself into something whole. Together, they have formed a kind of armor too, one made not of steel, but of understanding. The candle finally goes out on its own. No smoke rushes upward, just a thin curl that fades quickly into the air. The room doesn't feel darker without it. Morning has already begun its quiet work. You stand when you're ready, not because it's time, but because you feel balanced enough to do so. The floor is cool beneath your feet, grounding you again. You take one last look around, not to remember, but to acknowledge. This place did its work. The door remains closed for a moment longer. No one opens it yet. There is still value in the pause, in honoring the space between rest and return, in carrying the calm forward instead of leaving it behind. You take a slow breath, in, out, and you feel it, quiet certainty settling in your chest. Whatever waits beyond that door, you will meet it with more gentleness than before, more awareness, more truth. The morning will come. The world will ask again, but you are not the same as you were last night. You carry something new now, subtle, steady, real. And as you stand there, in the soft edge of dawn, you sense the journey nearing its final turn. One last chapter waiting to remind you that rest does not end when the night does. It follows you, always. The door opens without sound, and the corridor beyond greets you with a softer version of itself. The harshness you remember isn't there. The lights are dimmed, respectful, as if the building itself has learned something overnight. You step through slowly, feeling the threshold beneath your feet, the invisible line between rest and return. Nothing rushes to meet you. No alarms, no demands, just space. You notice how the quiet follows you, not clinging, not fading, simply present. It moves with you like a calm breath you don't have to think about anymore. The world hasn't changed, but your way of standing inside it has. That feels important. Footsteps echo faintly, then soften, absorbed by carpet and walls that remember too many nights like this one. You walk together, not in formation, not rehearsed. Each step feels intentional, grounded. You realize you're not bracing yourself the way you usually do. Your shoulders are lower, your jaw is relaxed. Your hands hang naturally at your sides. Someone pauses by a mirror in the hallway. You catch the reflection, not polished, not prepared for a camera, still soft, still real. And you notice something unexpected there. Steadiness, not the kind that demands confidence, but the kind that comes from knowing you can rest and still return. You remember how often the world asks you to compartmentalize, to leave calm behind when you step into responsibility, to armor up again as if gentleness has no place beyond the quiet room. But as you stand there, you realize that isn't true. The calm didn't stay behind. It came with you. It lives now in the way you breathe, in the way you move, in the way you look at what's ahead without shrinking. You continue walking, and small details catch your attention. The way light pools at the end of the hall, the way dust drifts lazily through it, the way sound behaves differently when you're not rushing. These details were always here. You just didn't have the space to notice them before. Someone opens a door farther down, letting in a cooler current of air. It brushes your skin, refreshing rather than jarring. You inhale deeply, and it feels like clarity, like the first honest breath after a long explanation you didn't need to make. You think about the fans, the ones who stayed, who watched, who believed quietly. You think about how they never saw this part, yet somehow understood it existed. You carry that understanding with you now, like a shared secret that doesn't need to be proven. Strength, you realize, isn't only what you show, it's also what you protect. You pause for a moment, resting your hand against the wall. The surface is cool, solid, real. You feel grounded by it, by the simple confirmation that you are here, awake, present. The night didn't take anything from you. It gave something back. Memories from before the saga drift in. Who you were before titles, before expectations, before battles. You don't feel nostalgia. You feel continuity. That person didn't disappear. They were waiting, patiently, beneath layers of effort and noise. And now, you've met them again. Someone glances over at you, catching your stillness. There's no concern in their eyes, just recognition. They know this moment too. They know what it means to pause without falling behind. You straighten and continue, carrying the quiet like a lantern that doesn't need to be seen to be useful. It lights your path inward, guiding choices, softening reactions, reminding you when to slow down. The space opens into a larger room, familiar, functional, ready. This is where preparation usually begins, where roles are resumed, where focus sharpens. You step inside, and for the first time, it doesn't feel like a battlefield waiting to happen. It feels like a place you can stand in without losing yourself. You realize something subtle and profound. Rest has taught you how to return, not hardened, not emptied, but fuller. Someone sets a bag down gently. Another adjusts a sleeve. Small rituals of readiness begin, but they are different now. Less frantic, more deliberate. You sense that everyone feels it. The shift, the recalibration, the quiet agreement to move forward without abandoning what was found in the night. You think about the song written earlier, how it wasn't loud, how it didn't try to conquer anything. You imagine carrying that same intention into everything that follows, letting meaning guide volume, letting truth guide form. The demons you face won't always look like enemies. Sometimes they will look like schedules, expectations, doubts that whisper instead of roar. But you understand now that you don't meet them by tensing. You meet them by remembering how to breathe, remembering how to rest, remembering that softness can coexist with resolve. You feel gratitude rise, not sharp, not dramatic, steady. Gratitude for the night that held you, for the people who shared it, for the version of yourself that allowed rest to happen without guilt. You carry that gratitude forward, letting it inform the way you stand, the way you speak, the way you choose when to push and when to pause. The day will unfold as it always does, layered and unpredictable. But something essential has shifted. You are no longer bracing against it. You are walking into it, with awareness, with care, with quiet strength. You take one more slow breath, feeling the calm settle firmly in place, not fragile, not temporary. Something you can return to again and again, no matter where the path leads. The saga continues, the roles remain. But now, beneath everything, there is a steady knowing. You are allowed to carry rest with you. You are allowed to be whole. And as you move forward, you sense the final chapter waiting, not as an ending, but as a gentle closing of the circle, ready to remind you that the truest victories are often the quiet ones, lived and carried long after the noise fades. The circle closes quietly, not with a sound, not with an announcement, but with a feeling, subtle and complete, like a breath that finally reaches the bottom of the lungs. You stand where the journey has led you, not at a finish line, but at a place of recognition. Everything you passed through still exists. The room behind the stage, the steam rising from bowls, the song written without urgency, the soft clothes, the quiet watch, the sleep that found you, the dreams that remembered, the dawn that arrived without pressure. None of it disappears. It gathers. It becomes part of you. You notice how differently you inhabit your body now. The way your feet touch the ground. The way your spine holds you without effort. The way your thoughts arrive more slowly, choosing their words with care. This is not weakness. This is integration. This is what happens when experience is allowed to settle instead of being rushed past. You understand something clearly now. The battle was never only about defeating what threatened you from the outside. It was also about surviving what demanded too much from within, about learning when to hold the line and when to lay your weapons down. You see the path behind you, not as a series of trials, but as a sequence of invitations. Each moment asked something different of you: courage, patience, softness, trust. You answered not perfectly, but honestly. And that honesty changed you more than any victory ever could. The world waits, as it always does. Stages will light again. Music will rise. Expectations will return, dressed in familiar shapes. But you are not returning empty-handed. You carry the quiet with you now, not as escape, but as compass. It reminds you when to pause, when to listen, when to choose kindness over force. It reminds you that identity is not something you perform endlessly. It is something you return to, again and again, beneath every role. You think of the fans, the ones who stayed, the ones who sensed this quiet, even without seeing it. You realize something gently profound. Connection does not require constant noise. Sometimes it is strongest in shared stillness, in trust, in the unspoken understanding that what matters most often happens away from the spotlight. You stand taller, not rigid, not armored, present. And in that presence, you feel gratitude, not loud gratitude, grounded gratitude, for rest that healed instead of numbed, for silence that taught instead of erased, for a journey that didn't demand you become someone else, but helped you remember who you already were. You ask yourself a question, not urgently, not fearfully, but with curiosity. What if strength could feel like this? What if courage included tenderness? What if the truest magic was simply allowing yourself to be whole? The answers don't arrive as words. They arrive as calm, as breath, as a steady light that doesn't flicker when the room grows dark. You take one last moment here, not to hold on, but to acknowledge. This space will always exist. You don't have to recreate it perfectly. You only have to remember it, in the way you breathe before responding, in the way you choose rest without guilt, in the way you return to yourself when the world pulls you outward. The story doesn't end. It settles. And from that settling, something lasting is born. So when you leave this place, when the sound returns, when movement resumes, when the world calls your name, carry this with you. You are allowed to rest. You are allowed to soften. You are allowed to remember who you are beneath every battle. And if you ever need to return, the door is still here. The circle remains open. The next quiet moment awaits you. So step gently back into the world, carrying your light not as armor, but as warmth. And if you feel called, stay close. Inscribe yourself into the circle. Return whenever you need. The story will be waiting.